Hello. I am gonna have to sort out the situation with my mic still, which I'm only just remembering. But, anyways, hi. Happy Wednesday, everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Maybe if I put it back down there and then we'll figure it out. Anyways, hello. So, it is it is Wednesday. It is Genshin night. And originally I was thinking that we would do like weeklies and the event on Monday. But then I was in urgent care. So we didn't. That is okay. We'll do weeklies and stuff today instead. And that will be great. I got my nose piercing elongated again because the shorter post in the super hot weather was causing everything to swell, and the swelling has already gone down, and my nostril is much happier. So, we love having inflammatory bodies. It's supposed to rain tomorrow. I've been feeling it. Um, but we carry on. Cat is still here, even though this is.
There I am.
There! Even though this is still a very, close-up webcam for the big one. But that's okay. It's a really crisp quality. I love it. I'm having such a good time knowing you guys can see every part of my face. I really enjoy it. Anyways, Genshin time. I am going to have to fix my Genshin audio real quick to make sure that it's using my new headphones. Oh, geez. Camera. Okay. Oh, there we go. Anyways. Into the things. So, we're gonna do some dailies. We're gonna do some weeklies. We're gonna do the one event that's open, and then maybe we'll keep running around the little temporary location and all that good stuff. Let's grab our mail. All these daily check-ins. It's been a while since I have checked in. Wait. What? Oh, this. Got it. Got it. Yes, I know. Special events. That's okay. Please just clear the notif. Okay, there we go. I got it to clear the notif, and that's all that matters. Alright, what do we got going on? So, this is the one that we are going to do today for sure, as well as, finishing up some of the exploration. And then, oh, there's Overflowing Mastery. We're not going to do anything with that today, but, good to know that it's there, for sure. Alright. Okay. I'm just gonna plop us down somewhere and then switch the party, and we will find out where to start with our commissions. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Alrighty. Load screens. Our loading screens. Alas. Yeah, I don't know how much of the load times is like because I'm also because I am also yeah. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna remove the gain filter real quick. Okay, but now it's picking up the... Oh, wait. That's Genshin audio. I am... Silly Goofy, don't mind me. Okay. Yeehaw. Alright. Sorry about that. Anyways, audio hath been adjusted. I had my audio all funky because both downstairs and up here, I was right by the freaking air conditioner. I've been so cold streaming for so long, but I'm not freezing anymore. I'm just comfortable. All it takes is having two of your partners around to help you muscle the air conditioner out of one and into the other window. Alrighty. Let's go, girly pops. Ah, yes. The old guy. Whose son became a knight. More Mond characters who just need to sit down and, like, converse with one another, you know? Oh yeah, so the wine I'm drinking right now, I was not actually really planning on having anything. I was just gonna drink some straight up cranberry juice today. But then I walked into Kroger to get said cranberry juice. And, like, right there was this key lime wine. And I was like, I need you to elaborate so hard. I have to know if you taste as good as you say you will. And it was on sale. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna try it. So now here we are trying it.
Hopefully we'll have a good harvest this year.
Alright. Hello there, honored guest. Yes, we do know Guy. Saw the sisters at the church about it, but they weren't able to cure it. Yeah. Juliana knows what to do. 3 sweet flowers? Okay. Don't say anything to Guy. Alright. Cool. I think I have said something to Guy before. But I won't this time. Maybe. Maybe I will. I don't know. It's been a while. I don't remember what it does. They really should talk to each other and just be honest and stop trying to be like, I don't want to bother you and I don't want you to be disappointed in me. Like, guys, you care about each other. Come on. Oh, yeah. So, it said to serve extra chilled. So I put it in the freezer. And I put it in the freezer at like 3 and then got it out at like 7:30. So it hadn't completely frozen, but it had frozen a bit. So I would say that we definitely served it extra chilled. It was a bit of slush, and now when I breathe on it, it kind of froth fogs back up at me. But it's really good. It does in fact taste like key lime pie. With some apple notes, because it's an apple wine, which, you know, Monch.core, I think. Hi, Juliana. Yeah. Oh, wow, I have a lot of sweet flowers. Woo! Keep taking the medicine and also get plenty of rest. Yeah. Good luck convincing him to do that. Yeah. We appreciate you, Juliana. Load screens. I am in agony. It's fine. Okay. Hold on. Tunner, you can wait. Alright, I'm gonna go see your son, because I don't remember what doing this does. Actually, I don't know if the opportunity to talk to his son would show up again if I already had. I don't know if it's one of those commissions or not. Like, I know the one with, like, don't read it. I know that I've read that and I still get the option to read it again for the this book is amazing competition thing. But, I don't know. It's the first place you go to, and I still cannot navigate. I can't really navigate any of the cities, though, to be honest. There's much fewer, like, landmarks. Oh. Oh, hey, are those sweet flowers you're holding? This may be a little presumptuous, but can I buy one off of you? My dad has had this awful cough for ages. I asked Juliana for some cough medicine, but she was out of ingredients. Oh yeah, I was on my way for that too. Sorry for delaying you. Interesting. Oh, I see. Alright. So that's all. He already knows about the cough. Awesome. His dad's like, I don't want to worry my son. And he's just like, my dad has a cough. Alright. The way that I hear audio in the new headphones is, like, it's not completely different, but it's, like, it's slightly different, you know? Like, it has a vibe, you know? I wish I could explain it better, but it is simply a vibe. Juliana says you should rest, dude. If I was going to confine myself to bed for any length of time, I'd have to get my little rascal to come home and look after me. I'll be alright. These old bones haven't given up on me just yet. Honey. No. He wants you to bother him. It's like it's a crisper sound. And, like, my old headphones were real good. I didn't think the audio could get crispier. But here we are. Crisp as a Granny Smith in the middle of apple season. Alright. Oh, it's this. Okay. I am notoriously so not good at this, but that's okay. I wish I got Chi-Chi again. Ah! So glad that me and Kale had the same reaction to that. Oh wow, their voice, even though my, like, voice audio hasn't changed, their voices are so much more, like, in my ear holes. If that at all makes sense.
Too easy. We shall prevail. motion to compel. Ja. Ja. Ha. Shi. Oof. Ja. Ha. Ja. Ha. Ja. 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 You're exposed. Ha. Ja. Ha.
Is this next one gonna be the Dragon Spine one? Oh, there's 2 Dragon Spine ones. Oh, goody. I love that. I'm so glad. Oh my gosh, you know what? I never put on my glasses. I went and grabbed lens wipes and everything. I'm like, you know, everything's a little bit out of focus.
What kind of injurious weather is this? It's cold. Achoo!
Alrighty. Gonna clean my glasses real quick and then put them on my face so that I can see. I know. Wild thoughts here. Alrighty. My toxic trait is that I always forget that I need my glasses to see. Wow, would you look at that? I have vision. Woo! Oh wow, feel those ocular muscles relax. Alright, so Frost Arm, Loud Churl, and then the Ley Line.
Time for your arraignment! Ja. Ha. Ja. Ha. Ja. Ja. Magic laugh!
How did you get smudged in 5 seconds? Having long eyelashes is actually a curse. Alrighty. Yoop. Alrighty.
Just like we rehearsed! Hear my prayer! Ha! Ja! 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 Ha! Ha! Ja! 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 Ha! Ha! More and fun! Here's the good! Breath of the flame! Ja! Ha!
Alrighty. Commissions have been commissioned. Ooh. I already got those on August 1st. Yeah. Well, maybe not the first, but definitely the second. Yeah. Because I did play a few days. But yeah. I got them. Got a good few primos, though. That'll get us, what? So far, 26 wishes, plus the 5 I've already got. So we've got, like, you know, 30 wishes in our pocket. Which is great, because I'm going for Zhongli constellations. So, you know. to Mont. Boop. Ugh. My hands are feeling the incoming rate real bad.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Thank you for completing today's commissions. Here.
Soon I'm gonna reach 200 of those Electro ones. I just have this feeling. Alrighty.
Haven't you heard? There's a strange walk.
Weekly cooking. Running low on rice, butter, flour, onions. Wow, lots of things. I am running low on lots of things. Hi. Okay. Hey John, welcome on in. How's it going today? Huh? Yeah, you can wave here too. I don't need 100 onions. It is good to see you. I will get 100 milks though, because I'll get more wheat. It's been meh. I've been doing well emotionally because Kat is staying up here for a bit, but like physically my body is feeling that the weather, against my best wishes, continues to weather. So, you know, win some and lose some there. Okay. Yeah. It is nice to have partners in the same physical space. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday we went to a zoo and we got to pet, or not a zoo, but a farm. My brain is MIA. We went to a farm and we got to pet some animals. And they were all so cute. So that was very nice. I, yeah, I just think we saw a lot of goats who are just the littlest guys, you know? I really love goats. We saw a donkey who was so damn determined to only eat grass that was outside of his fence. So he's like sticking his nose through the slates, like grasping for it. And it was so cute. I took pity on him and handed him some of the leaves that he was just like a couple centimeters from getting. Yeah. Like, I don't know if I've I have no idea how many dishes I've made. Oh, I made enough. Okay, cool. I've just been cooking mindlessly. Alright. I've got a good deal of hero's wit. That is good. Okay. Next. I'm gonna go just grab the request. Oh, yeah. I was there. Yeah. Watching piercings is so fascinating to me, but I know not everybody is, like, down with the whole needle experience, which is valid. Alright. Where are you at, Alfred? There you are. Yeah. I'm okay with getting pierced as long as my piercer knows to anticipate the fact that I cannot control my body's visceral reaction of jumping. You know? Because, like, I'm definitely glad to have the piercings I have. But my body just, it flinches so badly. Hi, Alfred. Oh. Hi. Here. I do have Cecilia's. I've never processed the fact that he's at his child's. That's his daughter's grave.
The sun is setting in his sky. Time for him to say goodbye.
Wait.
Peace and good health should be enjoyed by all. If I can provide everyone with a life such as this, I will be content.
Oh, I'm sad. Alright. Connor's brew. Hmm? Yeah. Oh. Well, that's good. That means that we'll have time to do that and some exploration. Alright. We love cruising through events. I don't know what it is about gliding in Genshin at least once or twice that I've got to do the whee. Give 3 mist flower. Do I have 3 mist flower corollas? Wait. Hello? A spin crystal that I haven't gotten, apparently? But yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, I do. I don't have as many of them as I have of the fire ones, but we've still got some. Here you go, Connor. No, thank you. Because of you, I walked past that spin crystal that I didn't know was there. Alright, let's go see Manly Jack. Jack is so goofy. And so afraid of everything. Which, I mean, me too, buddy. I get it. I, too, am afraid of everything. So, you know. Alright. just to get, like, a thing or something. I was like, oh good, something to give us a wind current. Never mind. Not a good one. Alright.
Hit.
Hello, Jack. Here you go. Oh no, my eye's twitching. I've been having a problem with my eye twitching a lot lately, which is so frustrating. I'm eating cherries, by the way, so any spitting will be of cherry pits. But they were fresh right from the farm they were grown on, because Michigan grows a lot of cherries. I think Michigan grows the most, for the US at least.
A shield is not enough to protect the most important things. That's why I must also wield a spear.
Oh wait. I was just trying to stab something that did not need to be stabbed. Okay. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Alrighty. This guy is immune to pyro, but takes extra damage from dendrocores. Sure.
No, no.
Military supplies for the Eremites must be distributed appropriately.
When I hand this request.
Alrighty. I'm gonna grab the Raiden Shogun and Barbara to hyper the bloom. Alright, we are in Deventica Mountain. Right in the open embrace of the Ruin Guard.
Shine down.
Mind the side
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered.
The doctor will see you. Let the show begin.
We got his knees. I will always remember that me and Ruin Graders have the same weaknesses. You were floating through the floor at first. How's my reputation? Alright. Okay. Immune to Hydro, but extra weak to Dendro. Hello! Would you like to join us? We have only just started doing bounties. Also, I'm
Inactivity
glad you
serves
got
no
some more
purpose
sleep.
whatsoever.
I'll have to rephrase the request.
Taps your head.
No news is good news.
Alright.
A new request from the academia.
We can wait.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase
You
the
got what?
request.
Must be distributed appropriately.
Oh, nice. Yeah. I had a dream the other night
All the world holds
that
dear is but a backdrop of
4.0 was
constitution.
already out and I
I
had
stand
not
before
finished
it, alone and
the event
unchanging.
area. So we're definitely gonna work on that.
When I hand this work over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Yeah, like I've got time to do it and I've worked on it a lot myself, you know? I just the stress dreams have occurred.
No news.
Is there a new request from the academia?
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
When I hand this work
Yeah.
over to the Eremites, I'll have to rephrase the request.
Here he comes.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
No news is good.
Alright, so the guy we're going against now, is extra weak to Dendro, but immune to Hydro. So,
Every journey has its final day. Don't rush.
I'm gonna grab the girlies. Well, maybe I'll keep A out for some elemental reactioning. Yeah! Alright. We are going to... Fucking where are we going to? There! Huh. To the mushroom forest. I I'm having a day. We almost lost the cherries, but we didn't. Yeah. Oh yeah, but when we were there, they were selling like big things of the cherries, and it was like $5 for 2 of them or something like that. So obviously, me and Nova like got some, so we, split in half. So they took home some, and I took home the rest. Cause yeah, getting cherries right from the source is real good. I never remember where to fucking go for this. Because I have no working memory. You did? Oh yeah, I see. I'm gonna grab the mushroom. Alright. I am...
Spring force! Now you shall perish! Shine down!
That in the butt.
Scatter!
Mind the side effects.
Torn to oblivion!
Oh. Whoops. Oh. I guess it's a good thing her energy recharge is like over 200%. As it be, so it do. Okay. So, immune to cryo, but takes increased damage from catalysts. I guess it's a good thing we don't have any cryo catalysts then. Which never feels true, and yet it remains true. Wrong one. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Apam Woods. Think that we have loaded into the same spot.
Let's move out.
Okay, down here.
Absorption test. Animal test 6308. Billowing surge.
Solidify.
Absorption test.
This
Animal
is order.
hypostasis emulation. Animal test 6308. Covenant of the deep.
Stabilize.
Woo! Easy peasy. Okay. Hiccups. No. If I could just go one day without multiple muscles in my body spasming for no reason, that'd be real good. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, these taken care of. Now. Oh, yeah. Because you did that with Sumeru last year.
Yeah, it loaded in like 1 frame per second.
They're such good cherries. I love living in Michigan so much.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
Sometimes the law is compatible with human nature, but sometimes the two conflict. Balancing the two is a discipline in its own right.
So true, Yanfei. I almost didn't feel the pit in that one because it was so small and there was so much, like, don't swallow the pits. Ideally. Let me switch to my food bag.
Illusion shattered!
You know, the longest part of this boss is the middle.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Inazuma shines eternal!
Because, like, the part where we're actually, for the most part, like, fighting the dragon, you know?
Shine down.
The wind knows me. This is nothing. That hurts. Mind the side effects.
Alright.
Taking a turn for the better.
Torn to oblivion.
One with nature.
Opening box of Adept Tricks.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Illusion shattered.
Time to go.
Insolent. Inazuma shines eternal. Shine down.
Seems like an emergency. The wind
Sacred name. Fortune preserver.
Now you shall perish.
into the wind.
The doctor will see you.
The wind knows.
Torn to oblivion.
Orders given. Orders received.
Into the wind.
There is no escape.
Taking a turn for the better. Mind the side effects.
Inazuma shines eternal.
Woo.
Illusion shattered.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Okay. Revive. Where is it? Where is it? Ah, shit.
This is not. I shed this mortal coil.
Don't worry about it, dude. Oh, man. I couldn't find it.
Torn to
I
oblivion.
really need to make an eye doctor appointment. I'm having such a hard time seeing, guys. It's real bad. Right now, everything is just like a blur of greens that I can see the details of, except for when there's
Inazuma
the
shines
bubbles
eternal.
going on. Then, you know, not.
There is no escape.
Huh? No. It is now. Alrighty. Okay. Next, Skara. Okay. Okay, yeah. Anyway, sorry, double checking what bosses I want to do right now. So this, then Andreas, then the Raiden Shogun. Because so many need the Raiden Shogun.
Mind the side effects.
Oh shit. Hold on. We gotta go. I hit yes. I was not, in fact, assembled. I'm...
Avengers disassemble.
Sorry, guys. False alarm. Ah! Okay. It's fine. I was thinking so hard about what other bosses we were doing that I did not. That I simply did not. Oh no, I have the hiccups again.
Where do you
No.
want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a
No,
few references.
but my sucrose isn't as strong as I would like for her to be. So, it wouldn't have, you know.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share
Alright, never mind.
memory?
Or, unless you want to grab Nahida.
I'm not confident in her health.
So valid.
What was that?
Oh, it's gone.
1,
Can I go take a look?
Grab
3, 4.
Because, you know. DPS. Okay. Now we're good to go.
Bow before me, worm.
The doctor will see you.
Solidify. Remember, health comes first. Insignificant pest! Mind the side effects.
Life goes on.
Or power.
So the dead guy drinks.
Stabilize.
Illusion shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
This is order.
There is no escape.
You cannot defy me, mortal!
You know, there's only one mortal here, and that's like big technicality.
Sacred
You
name,
shall
Fortune
fall.
preserver.
Now you shall perish.
I will have order.
Alright, well, so much for your ult there, Skara, but
I am the all-knowing God. Burn to oblivion.
He's really feeling himself with Animo today.
Illusion shattered.
Kneel.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Tremble.
No. No, I will not.
Shine down.
Reality is pain.
Yeah, well, that's life, babe.
Mind the side effects.
Good
Not my
riddance,
glasses.
cruel world.
Oh, wait. Why did I switch off the issue?
Rise.
Okay, I need more stamina again. Hold on. There we go. Alright.
Not possible.
Order guide you. Seems like an
Orders
emergency.
given. Orders received.
Torn to oblivion. There is no escape.
Stabilize.
The doctor was with
I will have order. Gather.
I was destined
Just
for
killed
more.
him by attacking his foot. Taking him down Achilles style.
Ooh. Nice.
Wow. Don't mind if I do. Also, a chunk. We love to see it. Alright. That's a good goblet. Alright.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah. Nice. Love that. Sometimes it feels like Scar's the only boss who's nice to me.
He is pretty generous.
Mm-hmm. It's that deep-seated need to feel useful, you know? Ugh. I guess the good news is, number one, the cherries definitely won't go bad. We've got one left each. And number two, I won't have to put this whole container back in my refrigerator, which will make room for other things. We love to see it. Alright.
You can have the last two.
Okay.
haven't been out in a while.
Yeah. I really need to be better about getting wolf hooks, but that's fine. I'll just, you know. The recipes. Plus, sometimes it's just good to have them on hand. Never know when someone's gonna ask for some or whatever.
A bitter pill to swallow. Taking the turn for the better.
Illusion shattered.
Oh wow. We got him well over that halfway mark.
Hold mine. I see everything. Make yourselves at home. The danger is seen.
Seems like an emergency.
Yeah, Torrent, bring refuge. Yeah.
A few tails. No. Although, to be honest, I don't need to hold on to a bunch of the ones that we give the bosses anyways. I'm so close. To 59.
1, 2, breathe. 3, 4, and...
To survive hardship, you must prepare for hardship.
Okay.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember. But where are those who share the memory?
One, two, breathe. Three.
Every
four,
journey has its final day. Don't rush.
Hey, do you know what? Neither do I. I already forgot.
Okay. Hello, Oliver. Went to reach out my foot, but never mind.
I didn't even see him come in.
Right. There's a cat on my footstool.
Lightning does not bend to the will of mortals.
Everybody stand! Why do they never miss?
Weak. Pathetic. Be gone!
Oh.
One with my blade.
Illusions are but distractions.
Shattered.
A touch of frost.
By royal decree. Let's light it up.
Life goes on.
From whence you came.
Master,
This body is eternal.
sacred name, fortune preserver.
Follows my blade.
Submit for judgment.
Stop. Let me do it.
Forth my blade.
Feel of luck. Oh. Wow.
Witness the final calamity.
Oz, reveal thyself.
Swift and merciful.
Go.
Spirit blade. Attack.
Eternity is in my
Teamwork
hand.
is dreamwork.
One with my blade.
Oh. Like wow.
One shall.
The scourge of evil remains.
Wheel of life. Everybody stand back.
Submit for
Opening
judgment.
box of the dead
Oh.
digest.
My blade.
Let's light it up.
A touch of frost.
Weak. Pathetic. Weak.
I didn't rise.
Evasion is futile.
But how? One with my blade. From whence you came.
Inferior.
Faster? Okay, faster.
Inferior.
Go.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
But how?
This body is
A
eternal.
touch of frost.
Orders given. Orders received.
Submit for judgment.
Wow.
Everybody stand back!
There is no escape.
One with my blade.
Going in!
Witness the final calamity.
You can do it without Electro. It just takes a second. Oh man, we did it. It is possible. It just takes longer, but luckily since Chongyun and Chi-Chi are fucking units.
Faster.
Ugh. Hello?
After all that training.
Okay.
Everybody stand back!
From whence you came.
Sacred name.
A touch of
Fortune
frost.
preserver.
Let's light it up!
Swift and merciful. Submit for judgment.
Pathetic.
Rise.
I'm going in!
A consistent 20k.
My blade.
The eye sweeps the
Penny.
land.
Wheel of
One with my blade.
Inferior.
Let's light it up!
Pathetic. Weak. Pathetic. Weak. Pathetic. Weak.
Everybody stand back!
Absurd.
Forth my blade.
Lightning falls on the land of eternity. This body is eternal. Purge all obstacles.
opening box of Adepti
Spirit blade. A touch of frost.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is dreamwork!
Purge all obstacles.
I didn't feel that. Rise.
Witness
Swift and merciful.
final calamity.
Wow.
A touch of frost.
Going in!
From whence you came.
Orders given. Orders received.
Forth my blade. Spirit blade. Attack.
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
27k.
Wait.
So, we did it, and that's what matters.
Oh, I got Bill and 2 chunks.
Nice. Got another Mudra, which is great. I need those for sure. Hell yeah! We love to see it.
Nice. Chi being a boss.
I guess that's what happens when your healing scales off of attack. Hi, Dakota. What you doing, baby boy? If you gotta use the litter, then do that.
Manthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Nice. Okay. Standard post-weekly boss fights. I am going to take a quick pause and stretch, get the empty thing of cherries out of my space and all that. And then I will be back.
1, 2.
The plan
breathe,
is to
breathe,
do
4,
this event
um,
and then to work on the event location if there is time, which there probably will be. So yeah, I will be back in a moment. After all the loading screens get done doing the loading. Hi, baby. Taking the long way around, Dakota? Alrighty. Now, BRB screen. We return. And I'm putting my compression gloves back on. I've grabbed myself some tea. We will switch to the Lumine team. And then it's to the events. Oh, there we go. Hadn't switched windows yet. It would help if I actually opened the quest. Alright. Oliver, is it okay if I put my foot here by you? Thank you. Okay. We have loaded them some Fatui over there. Ahem. You two over there, excuse me. There's a brand new game here for you two to play. As long as you complete the challenge, you'll obtain a ton of funding for experiments. Funding? Ah, no, sorry. I spoke too quickly. What I mean is, if you finish the game and fill out the survey, then you'll get amazing rewards. The game is really simple, too. There aren't many chances to obtain rewards this easily, you know. That seems a bit suspicious to Paimon. Is this some kind of new scam? Should we report this to the Matra? Whoa, don't be like that. There's no need to get so suspicious right off the bat, really. Though I admit randomly inviting strangers passing by in a place like this might be seen as somewhat unusual. But at least listen to my my explanation. Alright, let's hear it. Though the two of you cannot tell, I am a researcher from the Emerta Darshan of the Academia. Well, I guess technically we can't tell. You are dressed like one. My name is Lamia. Is Lamia? I'm Legon. Dakota! You're not causing problems, are you? Leave Toulouse alone. They don't want to play. You gonna take care of the kids? You're such a good dad. Alright, Oliver is on the task. It's actually really obvious since you're wearing academia clothing. Okay, good. Glad that's. Oh, that's where you're wrong. What if con artists merely put on academia robes to fool you into thinking they were a researcher? I did also have that thought. I love that my stream of consciousness is just the dialogue. Of course, I am most definitely not talking about myself. I'm just reminding you two. I really am from Emerta. If you doubt me, just ask any Matra. I'm definitely at the top of quite a few of their lists. Is that a good thing, to be at the top of the Matra's lists? Is that... is that something to be proud of? Don't worry, guys. The cops know me. I'm on quite a few of their lists. Like, I don't know, dude. That doesn't sound good, actually. Is that supposed to be a good thing? Anyway, you two. Oh, right. I haven't asked your names yet. Paimon's name is Paimon. And I'm the Traveler. In that case, Traveler and Paimon, allow me to explain this little challenge to you. This is actually all related to a story I read when I was a child about a boy who turns into a cat and has all kinds of adventures in the land of cats. I love that. It's a really cute story. After the protagonist falls in love with a beautiful cat, he turns back into a human. Then the story ends with him, the owner of that gorgeous cat, living out their lives as pet and master. It's a pretty good ending. I don't know about that, actually. That's actually a really weird ending. Well, at the very end, the boy finds out the beautiful cat is actually male, so I think the ending has quite a bit of literary value. I think this is getting more confusing. I'm so confused. Anyway, the whole point of that much of the story, or the point is that much of the story is written from the perspective of an animal, which fascinated me. After becoming a scholar, I decided that would be my research area. That's great. By combining the equipment I developed with the mature tech of the Akasha, we can see the world through the eyes of various animals. Now that sounds more like it. Though, using the academia's research funds to chase your dreams, isn't that a bit like abusing your position to get what you want? Is it? I think that's just using your passion as your research. Perhaps. But this is also quite practical and has a lot of potential. When searching for victims after a disaster, or exploring collapsed ruins, small animals are far more agile than us. And if we could borrow their eyes... yeah, for sure. I can see it. For example, if you borrow the vision of a weasel thief, then you can explore ruins quite quickly. With the eyes of birds, you can look down from on high, and on a clear day with good visibility, it would be very easy to conduct topography or other forms of observation. What do you think? Sounds like some pretty amazing research, doesn't it? It actually does sound quite impressive. I was planning on taking my time, but those fools at Kasharawar. I always have a hard time reading that because I always forget how I heard it last. managed to see the promise in such research and are planning to achieve similar results with tiny machines. It's blasphemy, I say, corruption and evil, compared to cute little animals who wants cold machines. Right? I did?
Oh, nice.
That's great. I don't remember what I said. I said it real slow, but I'm glad all the syllables were correct. I'm from the beep construct beep Darshan. I love this game, I really do. Alright. Anyway, the point is that if I can't produce results ASAP, those Kasharawar dolts will certainly beat me to the punch. So grabbing passersby out here, away from prying eyes, is my only option. When you think about it like that, there's nothing suspicious about it at all. Not many chances to obtain rewards this easily. Alright, then count us in. Thank you so much. Anyway, take this first. It's a tool I invented I call it the inscribed mirror. The mirror will show you what the animal connected to my device sees. Just use the images shown in the inscribed mirror to figure out where the animals with the devices attached are, then catch them to earn your reward. Huh? So if they're running around all over the place... It's fine. They're all trained and will stay in the area. They won't go too far, so don't worry about that. Alright. Let's do it. After the challenge begins, you must use the inscribed mirror and retrieve all the small animals near the wooden plaques. After you use the inscribed mirror, you can see the small animal's point of view and thus locate them. You can adjust. Sorry. You can adjust your camera angle to observe your surroundings and improve the accuracy of your search. Alright. Let's do it. Oh, very close. Alright. Let's do this and hope I comprehend it. Like, it would be so useful if I could see the 4-leaf clovers in there, but, you know. Oh, once you get closer. Okay. That's good to know. Alright, next. Alright, we're looking at the waterfall from slightly up, but not super up. And now, okay, it's in the direction of the statue of the 7, but we're like down. Yeah. All right. Into the desert. So, we're looking at the oasis, and we're closer, I think, to that hilly trail camp than we are right now. I see me. I didn't know that could happen. It's helpful, though. Oh, you are inside of the hilly trail camp area. Hello. Alright. Yeah. Oh, you are up. You are very up. Alrighty. Hey guys. Thanks, but I'll be going. Oh, there's some in other countries too. Was not expecting that. Alright, looking at that tree. I remember which tree that is, for sure. Maybe. Yes, okay. I remember, because I went through so much to unlock this puzzle. Think I used Zhongli, Ningguang, and Ito. Yeah. Okay, got a good view of the wind current, so you're probably right next to it. Okay. Oh, I see. Alright, another useful thing for the wind current. Next. The warmth of the mug is very good on my sore bones. So, it is a heat requiring moment. I might bring the heating pad up into my bed tonight to just like fall asleep with that on my hips or something. You know. And I don't have to worry about overheating anymore.
Yeah.
Because the air conditioner is under my bed.
Don't have to worry about clocks falling out because we have that stench.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's
Hey, dude.
no end to
What you doing here, anyways? Like, I'm just wondering.
I'll protect us.
Oh,
Incinerate!
there we go.
You're open.
Didn't see that coming.
I know that they'll probably disappear once the, like, game starts or whatever, but, you know, just take care of them now so that they're gone. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I know where that is. It's over there. Granted, this is freaking danger mode, but you know.
Hello.
Okay, you're up a bit, and you've got a view of Crimson Tree. So you're gonna be this way and upwards. Great, because I'm gonna pass one of those. All right. Oh, maybe up there. Yeah. By the water. Okay. I see it, but I'm gonna set myself on fire just a little bit. Woo. And luckily that hilly trail is minding his business. Alright, next. Ooh, in the chasm. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have time to do exploration in the event world. Okay, we are up. um, Hello. Next, we are in a cart. Oh, wait. Oh, that says sit. I thought it said dig, maybe? Never mind. Yeah! Alrighty. Last one. Okay, we're by the claw thingamadoo. It's over here. Damn. Barbara and the Traveler are the same height. It's fine. Last one. In Starfell. Aw. It ends where we began. Poetic. Alright, so we are right by the statue. There's a wind current near us. This way. We are way up. We are the reason there's a wind current. Nice. I seriously need to make 3 more wishes in this version to get that. I'm like... Oh! I have no idea what my beta is at, but I should get that. Hold on. That's her C6! Well done. Anyways. To the standard banner. Just to get that last bit. Because... Okay. Nice. Okay. Now... Oh! You know what? I should grab my stuff from the Serenity Pot. I've been doing, like... Once or twice, I have managed to go in more than one time in a week to collect my realm currency, so, you know. That's always good.
This realm is truly beginning to thrive. If you ever have any questions about the realm within...
Thanks, Tubby. Oh yeah, and we've got a spin crystal to unlock anyways, so, you know. Before dawn at the winery. So that's what this sounds like. Which I think is just the Dawn Winery theme in like a minor key or something. It's sleepier. Hooray. Oh look, another singular standard witch. Woo! Yes, standard banner. Give us nothing. Off-brand green sleeves. Okay, where was I before I hopped out? I think I was around here. Ow. My bones are being bones. Oh my gosh. Loading screens. Why? Why must you do that? I hate that there's tags on the inside of my compression gloves because its seam is being compressed right into me. Oh, west. The what? that might be this side quest. Investigate. Okay. Oh.
Next on the agenda. We're way behind schedule. Perhaps whoever left these behind was also fulfilling a contract.
Oh, it's down. Okay. Haha, I see it. Okay. I'm gonna teleport back up now. Because the event window says that, let's see. Yeah, I've got a few more to get. I've got like, okay, 71 more to get. Wonderful. Destiny, wandering, a grand show. Surprise and imagination, both are needed. Hey, do you hear that? There's a strange speaker over there broadcasting a message. Something's gotta be up. Shall we check it out? Let us give thanks to fate, dear travelers, for your wanderings have finally brought you here. Surely you must be searching for a serendipitous encounter beyond your wildest dreams, an astonishing journey that is beyond your mundane imagination. Now, the opportunity for us to fulfill all our desires has been laid before you right here, right now. Dive into the brand new Dias 3-Day Reverie. Step onto the grand stage and you can experience something beyond your wildest dreams. Swim freely into a pool of Mora. Exorcise the phantoms haunting ancient castles. Break free from the shackles of gravity. Whisper the passphrase. Take us to the world of reverie to declare your curiosity and passion and begin your journey. Wow, that speaker really knows how to work a crowd. Though Paimon didn't understand the details. Journey? Show? Stage? And something about a pool of Mora. Paimon, focus. Seems like a new attraction, like having guests on stage in a play. Oh, when you put it like that, Paimon's definitely heard of that kind of activity before. So, is the person making the announcement Dia? She must be the director of the play. So if we register, we can become the characters of some of the plays? Let's kickstart our acting careers. Paimon just wants to see what kind of mystery attraction is deserving of such a special spot in the Valerian Mirage. Yeah. I don't think the pool of Mora will be real, Paimon. I'm sorry. Then let's say the passphrase together. Take us to the world of reverie. Really? Just like that? Perfect. Your registrations have been confirmed, and Dia's 3-day reverie will begin shortly. An ancient legend resurfaces, and a new clue to a priceless treasure are found. A band of chivalrous pirates hones their weapons and hoist the sails. A town floating in the sky escapes an unprecedented crisis, and a miracle-working architect must act quickly to prevent the soaring city from crashing to the ground. To save their fallen friends, a lone Hydroidolin must break into the haunted fortress and find a way to lift the curse. There are 3 different shows, each with their own theme. Please choose one. Find an announcement speaker like this and follow the instructions to go to the place of reverie. Come on, traveler. Let's look for an announcement speaker and give it a whirl. Yeah. Oh my gosh, the tag is bugging me so badly. Alright, I'm going to the closest one to start with. Will this give us vouchers or no? No. That makes sense. But, yeah, the quest line itself. But there's definitely primos to be had, so I mean... Nice. There's the speaker. Guess we don't know what the rest of what Paimon said was. Automated prompt tone. Staff and equipment in position. Mechanisms are prepped and ready. The performance of the Black... Nacre? Or just... not sure. And the all-devouring Kraken. A play from Dia's 3-day reverie will now begin. Docked in the port closest to the rumored location of the treasure, the crew of the pirate ship, Black... Goodness, I still don't know. It's like, am I going with, like, Acre? Naker? Is recruiting new sailors and restocking before the final and most crucial leg of the voyage. Experienced adventurers set foot on the deck of the Black... Wow. Having a hard time. They are outstanding fighters, but novice sailors. Ahoy there, landlubbers! Get on over here! Huh? The voice from the speaker changed. It sounds like someone really serious is calling us. So, it's trying to interact with us? Who else would I be talking to? You're the best out of this sorry bunch of scallywags. We can't set sail without you. I'm the chief mate. You'll be working with me on this voyage, savvy? Perk up, sailors. It's your first day on deck, and our quartermaster will make sure you get the best preserved meat, cream, hardtack, and dandelion wine. The speaker continues to narrate the scene before you. The chief mate appears to greet the raw recruits dressed in ragged clothes and swaddled in bandages. It's obvious that he has just survived a fierce fight. Looking around, you see most of the sailors are seriously wounded. However, they're in high spirits, showing no signs of fear or being discouraged. The sailors gather around you, applauding the newcomers and offering welcome gifts and food. Oh, so the speaker also provides detailed narration of the scene. Like just now, we were welcomed on board. So, shall we play along? Thank you, everybody. We haven't had the preserved meat or hardtack here yet, but they must be tasty. It's a pity that we can't see the actors or props. Otherwise, this could be quite immersive. Yeah, the attraction is called 3-Day Reverie, so are we just supposed to rely on our own powers of daydreaming? Though it probably does save a lot on costs. Building a real pirate ship and actually being able to sail anywhere at a moment's notice, that must be expensive. But still, only having a narrator is too far. We can only imagine so much. Guess we'll have to try. Alright, Paimon will give it a try. Paimon is introduced to radio dramas and podcasts. As the noise dies down, a powerful-looking man appears on the bridge. He is dressed just like a common sailor, save for the ragged tricorn on his head. His left hand is missing, replaced by a rusty hook. Attention on deck. Attention on deck. Captain Will's arrived. The aggressive thing. This is the time now, the time is now, me hearties. Get to your positions and double-check your weapons and our supplies, and prepare the ship. Get ready to weigh anchor. Whoa! The captain is here. He sounds so calm and reliable. The treasure isn't far now, lads. Oh wait, no, still him. The treasure isn't far now, lads. The final leg of the voyage is by far the most important. Our wounded comrades, drowned supplies, and lost duskbirds, even the cans of rum we scrimped and saved for, the price we paid will not have been in vain. As long as we find the legendary treasure, we can appease the Kraken before the deadline. Never again must we seek dishonest merchants to plunder for pocket change. So give it your all, you scurvy sea dogs. Do it so our town may know peace and our friends and family may no longer fear tyranny and toil. Full speed ahead. Treasure, treasure, full speed ahead for peace. Having welcomed the new recruits aboard, the ship prepares to weigh anchor and set sail for the treasure. Ooh. The goal of the pirates is really different from what Paimon imagined. Paimon's curious what will happen next. The speaker said we can ride the choo-choo cart to continue the play. Paimon likes this face. Anchors away. Alright. Oh, there's another thingamadoo. Where is it? It's upwards. Oh, I see it. It's like up there. I'm just gonna... Ah! Just put a pin there. Yeah. As they sought the treasure, the ship rushed into dangerous waters. Thick fog filled the air and rolling waves hit the hull relentlessly, causing the ship to shake violently. Terrifying lightning struck frequently, barely missing the mast and sail. The lookout at the top of the mast could see nothing but from the crow's nest, and even the compass failed. And perhaps they were hearing things, but the crew felt they could hear the cry of a fallen duskbird. Bird. Blah. Alright, Paimon's getting dizzy. At this crucial juncture, the captain took over the duties of the helmsmen, almost as if adapting to the rough waters. Don't panic, lads. Our intuition and the blessings of our folks back home will surely guide us. We'll find our way. Then why are there so many shipwrecks? Be vigilant. Wow, those who failed to get the treasure before. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What now? Oh, I see. Operate. Oh! I'm hitting the wrong button, that's why. I'm like, hello? Hello. Who just bonked their head into my foot? Hello, Oliver. I have such good aim. Good job, greenhorns. Our foes lie vanquished.
A reward on the road.
Oh yeah, they do get vouchers. Oh, there's another one. However, beautiful, enchanting singing traveled across the distance as the din of battle dissipated. Captain, something doesn't seem right. I can see the food my grandma makes. It smells so good. Sirens. You want to bewitch us with a siren song? That trick's too old. Lads, plug your ears with wet matsutake. Yum. Can't we just use our hands? Watch out! We're heading for a cliff! Brace for impact! On guard, me hearties! Grab onto something so you don't get thrown overboard! Why are there cliffs in the ocean? Another cliff! Maintain brace positions! 2 cliffs in a row? We'd surely have been thrown off if we were on a real ship. Even if the sailors survived the impact, the boat would be smashed. After many twists and turns, the ship finally reached the pass.
We're way behind schedule. All hail!
Go, Barbara, go!
Beautiful treasures are a cause.
Sorry, Ganyu. Didn't mean to cut you off. Okay. Oh, goody. Ah! Why would they change the camera while you're there? To the stream projector. Oh boy. Okay. To everyone's surprise, another gang of pirates had been waiting here. Are we seriously being robbed by other pirates? Well, you little rascal, instead of robbing others like a pirate should, you've set your sight on treasure. Ah, but we can't keep struggling. I'm like... Oh, I see. So it's a dodge game. Got it. I hate dodgeball. I will say I was really good at dodging the ball, but I was never very good at, you know, hitting other people. So I'd be the last person alive on my team. But, you know, there wasn't a whole lot I could do to end the game. Just be me. Impossible! They're a motley crew. How can they be so strong? But you won't escape either way. Have a whiff of our broadsides. No thanks, actually. That sounds awful. So they fled upon finding their tricks useless. Alright. We won! The villains didn't get their way.
I'll keep this close.
Alright. Battle is over. Meet with the sailors. Okay, hold on. Ah. Yay. Just need 60 more. Marvelous! Congratulations! With the strength of new sailors, Captain Will easily defeats his old enemies, sending them running. Having overcome every challenge the voyage could throw at them, nothing can stop the crew now. Such is the loyal crew of the ship, my lads. Even when those lily-livered biscuit eaters... Wow. Watch your mouth, Captain Will. Ambushed us, not one of you panicked. And of course, our newest crew members contributed mightily. They swept away all opposition like it was so much... flotsam and jetsam. Alright. Of course, bad pirates like that. We could fight 2 or 3 boatloads more. Guess it's not that bad after all. It's okay. The journey was pretty thrilling, and we've been through thick and thin with Captain Will, so Paimon can be a bit more serious. Based on our research, if we break that stone wall, we can find the legendary treasure. The crucial moment has arrived. I shall give the honor to our heroes, our new companions. And after that, I've got an idea I'd like to discuss with all of you. Fire in the hole! Sheesh! Get ready to celebrate, lads! Heroes, go ahead and open it! Yeah! Does not matter how much canon gameplay that we have. I just never get that much better at it. Genshin's final boss, it's all done via canon. We found it! The legendary treasure! So much Mora. Paimon really can swim in it. But why does this Mora seem different from the Mora we usually see? Hey! The legendary pool of Mora is actually just a bunch of decorative fake coins? Faced with such an unexpected development, what will the crew do? Captain, we were hornswoggled. Could our intel have been wrong? The legendary treasure, how could it all be fake? No wonder I had a bad feeling about this. The so-called legendary treasure could be bait, luring us into a trap. And their goal? The very people who braved hell and high water in search of treasure. And the quality weapons and advanced ships they brought with them. The sailors, exhausted by their journey, can easily be captured and sold as labor. Wow. Pirates got scammed into human trafficking. What a wild ride. How can this all be a giant trap? I mean, Paimon, they can't actually have a pool of Mora in here. Oh yeah. Paimon forgot we were acting. Okay, even though there aren't any other actors, and the set is a bit shabby, Paimon can tell a lot of work went into it. We should respect that. Let's hear what our crewmates think. Captain Will gathers the inconsolable sailors in front of the fake treasure. Captain, is this the doing of your enemies? No, this is beyond them. If we didn't make it, they'd be disappointed in their old foe. Perhaps the ones behind this are on their way here now. Given our current state, it wouldn't be wise to take them head on. Clean up the area and see if there are any chests we missed. And get ready to withdraw. Ho, I always said hard work is rewarded. See that chest over there? It's for the newest sailors who've done so much. No arguing. It's theirs even if the rest of us go home empty-handed. Not only did we not make any money, we racked up a lot of losses. What are we gonna do? Keep searching for dishonest profiteers to try and scrape together enough booty to satisfy the Kraken? I was about to point out that on this voyage, we found a treasure more precious than Mora, and are not going back with nothing to show for it. We found the ways to cross the roaring seas, strategies to defeat our enemies, and the courage to face any challenge. Think about it. Even if we found an ocean of Mora, would it really buy peace for our town? I don't know, man. Probably. We all know how greedy the Kraken is. No matter how much treasure we shove down its filthy gob, it'll always ask for seconds. Aye, he's right. I've heard even rich towns have given it dozens of times more treasure than we have, yet it still hungers. The problem is that appeasement of a monster is never the best answer. This is true. We must solve the problem at its source. That's why giving it more Mora doesn't make any sense. With the fighting experience we gained on this voyage, I'm sure we can defeat the Kraken and lift the shadow it casts over our town. Come, me hearties, do you trust your captain? It sounds risky, but it's worth a shot. This is the only way. If we keep giving in, eventually we'll have nothing left, and we'll have nowhere to run. It's worth risking our lives for. We can't take it any longer. Then it's settled. From now on, I will train everyone for this sole purpose. Especially now. Our newest crewmates are true swashbucklers. They're practically invincible. Captain Will is by no means a rich man, but if you lend us your strength, the whole crew will do everything in their power to repay you. Will you voyage with us, train with us, and punish that Kraken for its Perfidy? I'm not familiar with that word. Alright. Yeah. Sushi's on the menu tonight. Amazing. You're no longer novice sailors. You're old salt core member. Bleh. Wow. Okay. Core members of the crew. You're my helpers and the saviors of the rest of my crew and all the people in town. Now, it's time for us to return to port. We'll rest up and prepare for our final battle against the beast. The speaker begins to summarize the end of the first act. After triumphing in numerous trials, the new sailors are now pillars of the crew. Led by Captain Will, the crew is preparing for a crucial counterattack. Please stay tuned for Act 2. The narration ends and the motion of mechanisms inside the cave grinds to a halt. Silence reigns once more. It ends there? Maybe they haven't finished the Kraken yet. It's nice to have an intermission. I guess so. If the play was any longer, most guests would be too tired to fight a sea monster. And the set really could use some work. Something as exciting as a boss fight deserves a proper stage. It certainly has potential, but Paimon's getting curious who this Daya person is.
I'll keep this close.
Woo. Okay, I can't break the vases. Well. Oh, good. There's more treasure. I just... Oh.
Spring forth! Let the show begin.
Born of ice and frost.
Inadmissible evidence!
Oh.
Propagate! Boom boom!
1 second too slow. On the pirate, or on the other Geo slime.
Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
Ooh, alright. And it's kind of in the direction of the next thing, so perfect. Hmm? Oh.
I'll keep this close.
Okay, before I get... There's the chest.
Is this an answer from this world?
Okay. All actors and actresses have arrived, and all stage mechanisms are operating normally. The performance of Petrifying Gaze, a play from Dia's 3-day reverie, will now begin. On the edge of a thick and eerie forest, two wise and learned sages happen upon a Hydroidolin, wandering alone. Please help me. Someone save me. I don't want to abandon my friends. Water droplet? Wait, did the water droplet talk? It's actually the sound of the speaker. Just treat it like the water droplet's lines. Oh, so the water droplet is the main character in the play, and we have to act along with it. It is truly fortunate that these two wise sages have already researched the language of Hydroidolins in depth and can understand its plea for help. This must be a fated encounter, such a portentous meeting. Could you even entertain the notion of not assisting this Hydroidolin? Wow, we have our own characters too? That's cool. Let's get back on topic. What happened to your companions? While we were lost in the woods, we happened upon an ancient castle and accidentally awoke the evil spirits slumbering within. Two of their leaders, they laid curses upon us. Now, the moment a ghost starts dying, now, the moment a ghost sees us, we turn to stone. I barely managed to escape, but my companions, they must be in such pain. Is this our fault? Of course not. Even if those ghosts woke up on the wrong side of the bed, that's no excuse to be bullies. Those jerks. Turning the lost water droplets into stone? That's even worse than bullying. These ghosts are all super bad guys. Haha. If we teach them a lesson they won't soon forget, can we save your companions? No, the two ghost leaders never show themselves, and the castle is vast. Even the strongest and most capable person could never find them. But I heard one of the ghosts say that deep within the castle is a chest, and that chest contains an ancient hex-cleansing remedy. That is the only hope. The chest is locked inside a secret chamber, and you must first find the hidden key. But I've already been cursed, and if I go back alone, I'll certainly be seen by the ghosts, and then I'll be turned to stone and trapped forever. That sounds easy. We'll escort you there, find the key, and get that remedy. As long as you avoid those ghost gaze, you'll be fun, right? It'll be a walk in the park. That's right. You are both wise sages, and you must certainly know what to do. Please, I'm begging you. Paimon sure got into character quickly. You guessed exactly where the plot was going. It sounds pretty straightforward. Even if we can't beat up the mastermind, taking down ghosts and saving the water droplet's companion should be a piece of cake, right? Come on, little water droplet. Let's go find that remedy, lift your curse, and save your friends. Following the water droplet. Oh, remove the illusion of the mountains and stones to reveal a cave. Ooh, a chill followed them as if eyes in the darkness were firmly fixed upon them as they approached, or as they entered the castle. Oh my gosh, they're Furbies! Look at that. Look at that thing and tell me it's not a Furby. I'm sorry. I want to remind you that if you destroy the surroundings here, oh my gosh. How could... There's some boxes and junk around. The curse has no effect on us, so okay. I mean... Okay. Well, we won't stay too long, so it should be okay. The petrification process seems to be reversible. Okay, well, we don't need to be so anxious then. Alright, cool. I'm telling you, they're Furbies! Ah! Why? Oh. Because I have to break this. Well, that worked. Oh, wait. Okay. Why is it like this? It's like... Oh. Hold on. Nope. I figured it out. I got it.
A reward on the road.
Okay, ride the choo-choo cart. So, where are we at? Alright. We've got 20 more to the next one, and then, well, 21 more. Which means that we've got about 51 more until it is done. Hooray. So then we're like halfway through that. Yeah. After passing through the blockade and getting away from the race, a majestic and the castle's outline towers in the sky, standing as an oppressive giant. I caught that much. And that's all that really matters, I think. Is this the ancient castle? It's got quite the atmosphere. The mechanism. Okay. Yeah, so the streaming projector. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Noisy fool, you brought... Okay, so the chest was a decoy. Okay. Huh. No need to be afraid, water droplet. Those... Okay, we found another chest. It goes so fast, I can't even process it without reading it out loud. Like... Oh, I see. We have to leave again to... Do we? Can we? Can I not interact with this box anymore? I thought... Okay. I must do something. Okay. It's impossible to avoid their line of sight. This is just cheating. Okay, it's supposed to be hard. Paimon just wants to kick those ghost mechanisms right over. Hey, wait! Water droplet, what are you doing? There's ghosts there. It's dangerous. Insolent beings, have you gone insane? Or have you abandoned all hope and simply wish to see your friends in the next world? Oh no! It used its body to block their gaze! Why does it have to be such a noble spirit of self-sacrifice? You know how bad guys talk. A sudden twist. The lonely Hydrodolin has thrown itself in front of the ghost's vision, using its body to block the fatal gaze, and is slowly turning to stone. The water droplet turned to stone, just so that we could get the key. We have to hurry. Oh, right. As long as we aren't in their line of sight too long, we should be okay. Yes. Did the water droplet figure that out? It's so smart and brave. Traveler, let's get the key and the remedy fast. We can't let the water droplet suffer too long. Back into the projection. Okay. Open the secret chamber. Get the remedy.
Is this an answer from this world?
Alright. Though, if If a water droplet has turned to stone, can it still drink a potion? How does water even drink water? Oh, maybe it's the kind you rub on. Let's try it out. Yeah, that would make sense, Paimon, wouldn't it? The speaker continues to describe the strange scene in front of you. The two wise sages slowly drop the remedy onto the petrified body of the Hydrodolin, and a strange phenomenon begins to occur. As though time were flowing backward, the petrified Hydrodolin begins to return to normal. So that's how it feels to be turned to stone. The pain, the agony. I cannot let my friends suffer this fate any longer. Water Droplet, how can you just charge ahead like that without saying anything? You scared Paimon half to death. It's a good thing we got the remedy so quickly. That ghost was so scary. I was so terrified. I couldn't even speak. Also, you are so wise that I think you don't even need me to remind you. Even if I turned completely into stone, I knew you guys would save me right after you got the remedy, and things would be just like before, so there was no real need to worry. Did Paimon get too invested in the play? Paimon was just so worried. It's good to dive into your role. It means Paimon's having fun. Paimon is a guest who's here to have fun, but she let the acting get to her head. It's a little embarrassing. But anyways, we succeeded. Now you can take the remedy and save your friends. Thank you. I'm forever indebted to you for all you've done. My companions and I will always remember your kindness in our hearts. Paimon hopes those ghosts won't cause any more trouble. Whenever you guys play in the forest, you'll have to be more careful. No more coming to the castle. Congratulations! The impeccable plans and stratagems of the wise sages and the bravery of the Hydrodolins has become a perfect partnership and the curse of the ghost will soon be completely lifted. After the timely arrival of the wise sages, the ghost will never again be so reckless. The lonely Hydrodolin and its friends can now play again without fear or worry. The dense, eerie forest is now gradually showing its peaceful, quiet side. Thus ends the petrifying gaze. Thank you for watching. Ooh, we finished it. Paimon really got into it. The combination of lines on the stage and narration by the speaker does a great job of working the audience. Paimon wonders where Dia learned to do that. If we get the chance, we should definitely ask her. More treasure.
I'll keep this close.
Hooray. Hydrodolin.
Access denied.
I'll protect us.
Come on, focus. I can fix this. Glaze over. Yeah.
reward on the road.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get this thing, not you. There we go. Sheesh.
Huh. Let's appraise the value on this. Come on, we can do it. Incinerate! Ouchie! Motion to compel! Ooh, we can definitely write this off as incidental gains.
That was the other one. Where did we park Choo-Choo Cart? Okay. Simon wonders what the show will be like. Okay. How are we doing? Okay. 14 more for that. And 44 more total. All inspections of play mechanisms complete. Anima particles in position. Hello? Hello? Is everything in place? Those abnormal anima particles have been taken care of, right? Well then. This performance of Sky Castle Saviors is a play from Daya's 3-day reverie. Will now begin. This story takes place in a remote, mountainous area. The people living here are constantly facing floods and storms, and their lives are filled with hardship and misery. In order to provide an advanced warning of disasters, a group of courageous warriors built an observation post on top of a towering cliff. Over the years, the lookouts on high cliffs became a unique tribe known as the Cliff Keepers. The speaker continues to describe the background of the story in detail. The difficulty in transporting goods to the cliffs made the lives of the keepers even more torturous, to the point that they had not even a single complete home to live in. The elder of the keepers turned to the miraculous architect, renowned for their expertise. They entrusted the architect with the task of constructing a floating town in the sky. The miraculous architect constructed a remarkable load-bearing structure, providing a solid foundation upon which all of the town could be built. Next, the architect embedded tens of thousands of specially designed hot air balloons infused with animo particles within the foundation. The unparalleled buoyancy of the balloons effortlessly lifted the town to the very summit of the mountain. The miraculous architect firmly anchored the town at a predetermined height, granting the keepers a stable and cozy haven to call home. Yet, as time marched inexorably onward, accidents began to befall the Animo air balloons. The keepers soon found their town was slowly losing altitude, teetering on the precipice of shattering into pieces on the mountain summit. A great calamity loomed, accompanied by tremors that shook the inhabitants' hearts as well as their homes. Whoa, what a heavy start to the story! A floating town in the sky on the verge of falling? Now, that's a crisis. Alright, let's take it seriously. Yeah, it looks like there's another speaker over there. Maybe that's where the play continues. Let's take a look. Alright, 1 second. I really have to pee. And then I will continue this last part of the quest. We will not do getting all of the way through, unless this gets us all of the way through the rewards, which I don't know if it will, but otherwise I will be right back and we will finish this up. Yeah. We are back. And now... They look so stressed about the animo particles.
Let the show begin.
I'm like, is this a part of the show, or, Oh. I think I just interrupted an animo particle, and I don't know if I was supposed to. Well. Guess we'll find out. The Elder of the Keepers meets with the miraculous architect and provides a detailed explanation of the crisis looming over the flying town. Miraculous architect, as you can see, each day our town continues to descend lower in the sky, and though we long to safeguard this cherished home, our haven of warmth and security, regrettably we find ourselves helpless to do so. In addition, quakes have been rocking our town with immense force. Alarming rumors are spreading like wildfire, and a sense of panic is now gripping the people. We're all gonna get smashed! We're gonna get smashed to smithereens! Wonderful. Love that. Esteemed Elder, I get that you're worried, and I've been hearing some rumors doubting my project's quality controls. But fret not. I am here once again to resolve this crisis once and for all, alleviating your fears and dispelling any doubts you may have. I just took a brief tour of the town and took a look at the monitoring devices I had set up in the foundation. And guess what? I discovered that the fault lies within a few individual lift balloons. It appears that the animo particles in certain lift balloons have dropped as if they have been intentionally damaged. However, as long as we fix them, we can prevent the town from plummeting from the sky. So, to restore the town to its planned altitude, we'll need to increase the lift provided by some balloons and install additional fixed anchor cables. Though I should say, it's gonna cost a little extra. You see, in most cases, intentional damage isn't covered by the warranty. No worries. We'll increase the budget to 5 times the initial rate. How's that? Damn. 5 times?! Oh my. So willing to add in a bit extra. That's wonderful. Wait, 5 times? Don't you think that's a bit much? Back when this town was initially constructed, your budget was already several times what other clients paid. I didn't mention this last time, but before we ran into an exceptionally greedy craftsman. Seeing our resources, he quoted a price over 20 times the market rate. Luckily, we had been thorough in our research and didn't fall for it. But as a result, we have a rough idea of the true construction costs, and your bid has always been far below what would be expected. So you are always loaded? You guys are, well, good at keeping a low profile. We live lives of hardship so everyone below can prosper. Everyone knows it, so they are quite generous. So it is. The neighboring villages have grown wealthy and often send opulent gifts and donate vast sums. But our tribe has been accustomed to modest living since our days on the cliff. So we save most of it. Do such people really still exist in this world? Such humility. Regardless, I happen to be a master of cost control. I believe that increasing the rate by 2.5 times is more than sufficient. 5 times is a bit much, don't you think? I must say, I'm truly impressed, just as one would expect from a distinguished architect who has been dubbed miraculous. Kaveh Core. Like, no, you don't have to pay me that much. I just really want to do this so that you are happy and having a good time. Don't want free money? Don't want free money? Idiot. Hey now, you're the bird brain. I earn all my money all my mora honestly. When constructing this town, my quote was only slightly higher than the cost of materials and labor. This allowed me to build the finest houses while still having enough money left over to cover my meals for 2 whole months. As for today's maintenance service, if the fees are enough to cover my travel and lodging costs for a few days, isn't that the best value for you? The elder, who a moment ago had been moved to tears, suddenly grew annoyed and knocked out the parrot perching on his shoulder. We are truly grateful. The keepers will forever cherish your kindness, and tales of your noble deeds will be passed on from generation to generation. Speaking of which, in our previous encounter, you had hired a sumpter beast caravan and brought hundreds of special storage jars. However, this time around, it seems you've arrived with minimal equipment and without any special preparation. You've hit the nail on the head. The primary issue is finding a way to gather sufficient animo particles and restore the lost lift of the balloons. That's no problem. This time, we'll handle the animo particles. Collecting them is our specialty. My people are well versed in using animo particles to forecast storms. Let us, the professionals, assist you in this crucial matter. The elder selects 2 courageous keepers, you, who have patiently waited on the sidelines. You have triumphed over gravity and mountain winds, effortlessly navigating the towering terrain. You are rising stars of the keepers. Paimon gets it. It's our time to shine. But this time, we're skilled keepers, and we just need to fly all over collecting animo particles. That's super easy for us. We've had practice. Very well, then we will entrust this task to you. This may be more exhausting than usual, so we will be sure the rewards are commensurate. Working at heights is no joke. Please be careful. Don't worry, leave it to us. You two just fix those balloons while we fetch the critical particles. Let's go. Let's hustle and get the job done pronto. Just have to collect enough animo particles so these keepers can keep their homes. Oh boy. We found a streaming projector. Oh. The last 3 animo particles fled. Let's go after them. Ah, so these 3 stole the last animo particles. Wait, were they behind the sabotage of the balloons too? Let's teach them a lesson. Get those particles back.
Time for your arraignment! Ha! Ja! Ha! Ja! Ta! Ta! Ha! Ha!
See the error of your ways now? No more sabotage in the future. Got it? But something feels off. Have you seen those three before? Could it be actors that Actaholic hired? Where's Engineer? Did Engineer fix the sea monster's mechanisms? Hurry up and get the emergency team to the scene to handle cleanup. Wait, what? I'm still on the air? Ah, my bad. I'll turn it off now. Thankfully, the guests were able to handle the sudden emergency themselves. We certainly can't make this mistake again. After overcoming all kinds of trials, pretty much all the animo particles were successfully collected. The two keepers were so focused that they didn't realize more than half a month had passed. The miraculous architect comes through in a big way, swiftly repairing the lift balloons in the town's foundation. The narration on the speaker sounds a bit anxious, don't you think? Was that part of the show, or did something go wrong? Paimon got no clue, but it's probably not important. Let's get back to the play. The narrator mentioned that we've jumped ahead like half a month in time, which saves us from waiting for the architect to fix the balloons. Let's go meet them now. Welcome back. It could not have been easy. Please enjoy a hard-earned rest. Bravo, bravo. You look around and notice the miraculous architect has already repaired all the damaged balloons. Once the animo particles are ready, the disaster will have been completely averted. The elder calls upon the keepers, who arrive with steaming hot food and refreshing drinks. Your efficiency has also left the miraculous architect stupefied, staring in awe. You already completed the collection? That's a full 5 days faster than my expectations. No wonder the elder said you guys were pros. Now that we have enough animo particles, I'll replenish the lift balloons without further ado. The narration from the loudspeaker paints the following scene. The miraculous architect whips out a nifty gadget and dashes around, spreading the animo particles you gathered throughout the preset interfaces to devices scattered all across the foundation. With the lift provided by the balloons restored, the abnormal vibrations come to a sudden halt. The village ceases its descent and gradually ascends back to its original altitude, while the powerful air currents disperse the vast expanse of clouds. The once somber sky clears, and the town is once more embraced by radiant sunshine. The keepers erupt in celebration. Awesome! The town won't plummet to the ground, and the crisis has been solved. Time for a round of applause. But why are we staring up? It's all in our imaginations anyway, and we're still on the floating town. Paimon's neck is sore. How about this? When we get the chance, let's find an expert to illustrate this story. Or even better, turn it into a film. Paimon has a hunch it's going to be a major hit. Maybe Daya has the same issue. I bet it's mainly budget issues. As the ground beneath his feet finally stops shaking, the elder takes a long breath, feeling so moved he begins to tear up. The town is safe. The town is safe. Fantastic. Fantastic. Now we keepers can carry on with our duty. Success. This repair project went off without a hitch, and it's definitely worthy of being written into a thesis. Oh boy, it's a perfect example that could even make it into a textbook. I won't have to worry about food expenses for the next 2 months. What kind of marvelous creation shall I dream up? But if I may, it appears the town is still ascending, and if it surpasses its original altitude, when will it come to a stop? Oops! I may have been so focused on fixing the balloons, I forgot to secure the anchor rope to counteract the lift. No need to panic. The town is rising at a relatively slow speed, and we can use smaller cargo balloons to attach the anchor. It'll be a cinch. I see. I thought that after witnessing the success of those two heroes, you came to the conclusion we could all walk up the walls and live in the sky. The keepers aren't as mighty as that. Please address this issue as soon as possible. Ask for more money! Ask for more money! Earn a bit more! Earn a bit more! Sure, if the elder would like to build a lavish bird cage and confine you within it until you learn proper speech etiquette and business ethics. Forget about any extra charge. I'll cover it myself. Despite the little hiccup at the end, the story wrapped up beautifully. Thus, as always, the troubles of the Cliff Keepers were resolved by the miraculous architect. This floating town in the sky will keep supporting the Cliff Keepers and ensuring lasting peace and prosperity in the region. And thus, the Sky Castle Saviors comes to an end. Thanks for watching. Well, yeah, even though it wasn't perfect. If Paimon was a wealthy merchant, Paimon would invest a ton of money into Daya's 3-day reverie and make every prop and scene amazing. Well, we need to gain a solid understanding of their financials before investing. Absolutely. Paimon hopes we have the chance to meet the mysterious Daya. Dear visitors and staff, I have some exciting news. Today, 2 visitors have completed Daya's 3-day reverie and set a new record. We've prepared a special gift for our esteemed guests and cordially invited them to claim the gift. Yeah, okay. You just need to recite the key secret code. Okay, yeah.
Is this an answer from this world?
To the broadcasting station. Is it below here then, maybe?
beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
This is a cutscene from the show Journey to the East. The original idea revolved around the tale of a traveler and their journey eastward from Fontaine to Samaro City in search for unassuming wisdom in the House of Dina. This scene concerned how the traveler saved the Master of Earthly Transformations from being crushed by a massive boulder and their adventures on the road. Unfortunately, the Hydroidolans acting the part of both the Traveler as well as the Master of Early Transformations have disappeared. If only someone could bring them both back and capture their rehearsal by the boulder. Okay, so where's the other one, I guess, is the question. Oh, there's the other one. Got it.
Scatter! Let's dance. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Huh.
There you go. I love how the line is right in the middle of that.
I'll keep this close.
Oh, it is getting so close to midnight. I got distracted by stuff. But also, I have no idea what's going on with this. I did. And then nothing happened. ended up back in this room. Yes. Going up does seem. Help. Is there clover? No, of course not. Why would there be? That would be helpful. Quest area reached. That's great. That's real good. What does that mean? No, I have an idea of where it actually is. I just find it funny when you're on a cliff face and it's like, you're there. It's like, I don't think I am, but thank you. Here we go. Okay, explore the broadcasting station. Wait, how come we didn't notice the secret door before? Oh, Paimon knows. Let's say the passphrase again, then a new path will open. Together now. Okay, we did it to register, and times like this are perfect to have a little ceremony. With the clinking of machines, a door opens. Paimon knew it! A hidden chamber filled with secrets. Ready or not, here we come. A bunch of stressed hydroadolins. Whoa, why are there so many water droplets here? And what are they doing gathered around the machine? Paimon's confused. What's this machine for? And where's Daya? Welcome to the 3-day reverie. Surely you must be confused by the scene unfolding before your eyes. Then allow us to demonstrate. Come on, Loafer, stop napping. Now, place 1, action 2. Let us give thanks to fate, dear travelers, for your wanderings have finally brought you here. Is that water droplet using the announcement speaker to play a recording? It sounds so familiar. Where's Paimon heard it before? It's the announcement we heard regarding the attraction. It was playing this recording. Hustler, you're up. Place 3, action 7. The chief mate that appears in front of new recruits is dressed raggedly, covered in bandages from head to toe. It is readily apparent that they barely survived an intense battle not long ago. Yep. The narration we heard then was also played like this. What amazing timing. The Harmscarum and Black Nigger are about to reach the pass where the treasure is hidden. Hurry up and prep the scenery and props. Don't you dare screw this up. That water droplet is operating that device? I can't see how. Monitoring, broadcasting, and operating the mechanisms. Correct. The function of this massive device is to control the timing of all the mechanisms in every play. Our diligent hydroadolins are constantly monitoring the progress of each show so that whenever tourists arrive at the designated spots, they hear the proper narration and each prop and device is activated on time. As long as guests follow procedure, a fantastical 3-day reverie will play out before your eyes. Of course, if guests try to leave partway through or behave too unexpectedly, then it'll really impact their enjoyment of the show. We just don't have enough staff to handle things like that right now. Anyway, I think the guests will behave themselves, right? That's so amazing. We were having so much fun, we never realized how much was going on behind the scenes. So many props and mechanisms have to be carefully controlled. It must be really hard to pull it off. The design is brilliant. Great timing and teamwork. So, is this Daya talking to us now? Are you using the hydrodolins to control it? Why not just come explain things yourself? Paimon still has so many questions. Correct, but there's more to it. Everything you have seen and everything inside this broadcasting station, including Chief Director, Fake Playwright, Loafer, Hustler, and the Harem Scarum, as well as the other unseen and unheard hydrodolin maintenance staff, of course, combine all of these, and that is Daya. Not a person, but the entire system itself, creator and controller of the show. Daya is not a person, but a system? Wait a sec, that's overloading Paimon's brain. Paimon knows that water droplets are smart, but can they actually design such a complicated system by themselves? There must be a designer behind the curtain and someone to look over the scripts, right? Yes, that was the case at first. Your surprise is expected. Long story short, Daya's 3-day reverie started with the passionate director Zosimos. During his short stay in the Valerian Mirage, director Zosimos poured his energy into putting on exciting plays and never had time for anything else. As he spent more time with the hydrodolins, he discovered their intelligence and rich emotions. Hydrodolins enjoyed his plays and looked forward to the next show. They also wanted to share their enjoyment with visitors. An idea grew in Zosimos' head. Could hydrodolins direct or even design a show? So bold. That sounds like teaching a group of children to be directors. Indeed, it was difficult. Fortunately, everyone worked together, our joint efforts overcoming all obstacles. Director Zosimos trained some of the hydrodolins most passionate about plays, teaching them the critical concepts involved. After some trial and error, Zosimos wrote several sample plays with detailed explanations regarding the thought behind them. With Adia's help, he built the controller as well as all the mechanisms connected to it. In addition to the lines from the plays themselves, director Zosimos also recorded lots of commonly used words that we could combine into the sentences to communicate with guests. After a lot of practice, we finally learned to put on all 3 sample plays without a hitch. The 3 plays are indeed The Black Necker, I still don't know about that one, man. And The All-Devouring Kraken, Petrifying Gaze, and Sky Castle Saviors. That is to say, Director Zosimos prepared the foundation and infrastructure for Daya's 3-day reverie, as well as left the scripts with accompanying instructions. We definitely never noticed the whole thing was controlled by water droplets. I mean, everything in here is controlled by water droplets. I feel like that was a little obvious, actually. We've already learned that all of the non-Idia people are hydroidolins. That's quite the compliment. We appreciate you validating our hard work and proved many of our ideas correct. This is the reason why we wish to provide you with a token of our gratitude and show you everything that went into the production of the show. Don't mention it. We enjoyed ourselves. That's right. We experienced a really special attraction and broadened our horizons. We should be thanking you, Daya. Then we continue onward to our next goal, writing our own scripts. To do this, we improve our understanding of plays and keep collecting new materials. The one called Fake Playwright here collects stories from visitors and enhances our ideas with those. Even if it can't meet suitable guests itself, Fake Playwright talks to other Hydrodolans about their encounters. Oh, so when we tell our stories to Fake Playwright, it'll help you write a new play? Exactly. If you have time, please talk with Fake Playwright more. Also, please continue to enjoy your time in the Valerium Mirage, and please talk more with the other Hydrodolans here. No worries, we love it here. We'll definitely provide you with lots of great material. Actually, there's something else. Ivan's been curious about it for a while. Why is it called 3-Day Reverie? Could it be that director Zosimo spent 3 days on each play? Or maybe 3 days total? It refers to yesterday, today, and tomorrow, right? Yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Sounds reasonable to Paimon. That means director Zosimos, all of Daya, is working so hard on this play day after day. Nice one. Unfortunately, it's not quite that deep. Actually, the true meaning behind 3 days is, plenty of time left to do it tomorrow. Maybe I'll really be in the zone tomorrow, and if I don't finish it tomorrow, I'm dead meat. Seriously? That is being a writer.
I'll keep this close.
Hi, I'm the acting director. I'm the acting director of this attraction. Do you have any questions for me? Why are you the acting director? That's a good question. It's because I don't think I'm the best candidate for the job. My partners and I were all more or less influenced by director Zosimos, and we're equals in terms of talent. We're busy expanding our repertoire and polishing our skills. My partners often present ideas to me, and sometimes Fake Playwright goes over my head and just does things. But as long as the majority supports it and the show is good, then I'm happy too. If one of the others becomes more capable than me and wishes to manage the project, I would immediately give up the position. You're too humble. Shouldn't the director be more forceful? If you're always accommodating the opinions of others, it's bound to lead to arguments, isn't it? Maybe. Or is it avoiding arguments by never having a conflict? Maybe this mentality is for the better? Group projects are complicated. You have a point. If it's the result of lots of careful discussion, then you could put together lots of creative ideas. Oliver, are you really still on the stool? Do you care that my body is giving up on me? Okay, like the two of you. You're clearly talented. Huh? Us? You might become a great director. Well, now that Paimon thinks about it, performing with the water droplets would be really interesting. Paimon will leave the writing to the Traveler and focus on directing. Paimon will leave communicating with the water droplets to you too. You're really good at this kind of thing. Are meals provided? That's not what you should be focusing on. Just think about it. The more responsibility you have, the more you can mold the show to your liking. Uh-huh. Oh no. The light is all imbalanced. Okay. That helped a little. Shall we start discussing things now? I'm so fired up. However, producing a play is no easy task. You encounter all sorts of challenges. I suggest you speak with the others and mentally prepare yourselves. Director Water Droplet, that's so considerate of you. But there's no need to be so modest. I'm certain you're a great director. Okay. Do we gotta talk to them all? Yes. I cannot do that right now. I cannot do that right now. I need sleep so bad. So, I will see you guys tomorrow for the Sims 3 World Adventures. And yeah, I need sleep so bad. It's gonna rain tomorrow. It's gonna hurt my bones. Yeah. Good night.